Banjo-Kazooie. More like Bland-Joe-Kabluit. Bland-Joker-Bluit. Not good. We didn't like it. Came out too little too late. Banjo 3. Not enough 3. Not enough E. Not enough E3. We did not play it at E3. You adventure fantasizers! When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? You freaking fricks! We had a good thing going, you stupid son of a bitch, and you just had to blow it up. You and your pride and your ego. This is the whole stream. They're harmonizing with the low and high. That's every song. That's like 90% of songs. You could, maybe not that many, but there's a lot of songs where you can single out a low and a high, and they're like harmonizing. You could just replace them with ha for the high and ba for the low. So, for instance, guitar and bass, it's like, you know, ba, ba. Alright, now it's working. How dare you come to my stream? How dare you come to my stream and not even say hello? I'll show you. Brr. Oh, should I just like start a new game? Or should I just... Where's my webcam? Where's my water? Okay, so... Last time... Hi! Previously, I did not have success in playing this game, but I think it's going to work now. You know what I think happened? The ROM I had was a corrupted one that was created by me in an attempt to make my own level using a probably outdated tool by now, but I remember the creator of the tool was telling me about it. It is crazy as shit too. It's like the guy who made the Clock Crew went on to make a Banjo-Kazooie level editor. And when I met him in person, he was telling me about it. Alright, you don't get the talent shot in here. I'm just gonna skip all the... Just skip all the, like, spiral mountain shit. Go straight to the level, cause fuck it! We'll do it live! We'll do it live! We'll do it live! Fucking thing sucks! My neighbors probably just think I'm actually mad. That, or they're not home. Or they're not alive. Because the building fell over from that last sucks. Fucking thing sucks. Like, you know, there must have been enough noodling with the game's code to make it so Bottles just stands there forever and never tells you what to do. And like, I don't even remember if I made any changes to the ROM, but it might not matter. It's like a game of Lights Out. You turn off one, and a bunch somewhere else turn off. That's like the best voice for any video game character. They made a very interesting decision of getting rid of Grunty's rhyming in the sequel, which I suppose may have been a problem. Was taking them too long to write or whatever. But this game has so much more heart because Grunty rhymes everything she says. Like her like evil witch sisters save her, and they're like, Grunty rhyming, very annoying. So Grunty's like, all right, since you saved me, I guess I'll stop. But that was lame. It wasn't a bad game. It was just, that's like very small thing that makes it inferior. It's like everything she says in this whole game is a rhyme, and they have her do it for like the first few minutes of the sequel, and then they're like, cut that out. I mean, I guess I also agree with sometimes when certain concepts, characters, you know, settings, whatever, get dropped after they've been used enough. Like when they've been used to their fullest potential, I guess. That's all right to drop them after that, you know. But Banjo-Kazooie did not live up to its fullest potential. That's why they made a sequel, and I guess they probably just couldn't fit a lot of the stuff on the cartridge because they already knew they were making a sequel when they released this game, because they advertised the sequel in the end credits. I might never bring back Banjo. Oh. I mean, I'm over it now. When I was like a teenager, I was a little disappointed that they never let me relive my childhood as a teen, as like a 14-year-old. Who dares give me a super chat? Do you realize that this is my stream, and I won't have anyone taking any attention away from me? Brr. Do the Dog of Wisdom voice? How dare you ask me to do the Dog of Wisdom voice? Why? You'll have to pay me. Oh, you did. Marvelous. I'll get to it right away. Anyway, where was I? I was talking before I was so rudely interrupted by a super chat from Ryan Rockstar. Thank you. I mean, I like how mindlessly I can just play this game. It doesn't really even like require any thinking or anything. Like I don't even have to wonder where anything is. I just like go there and I already know it's there. And like if you're playing the game, you just do it. You don't think about it before you do it. But also I've played this game like more than any game. So have I played this more than any game? I've played it a bunch of times. Money gives wisdom? I mean, certainly not, no. Although I think money is perhaps not the root of all evil. I think you can, you know, if you kill somebody for a nickel, you know, like I don't even have 2 nickels to rub together. Then you see someone else with a nickel and it's like, ooh, 2 nickels. It's like, I guess money caused you to kill them, but like it was 5 cents. So does it even matter if it's a lot or a little of money? I guess what I'm saying is having money isn't necessarily bad if you are not like using it in some sort of immoral way. About this. Well, yeah, I think the Chihuahua is not necessarily immoral with his money. It's just that like he has no grasp on it and is just like unable to like cut his spending, so he always just needs more. And like whenever he has money, he can never hold on to it, but it's because he holds on to Crundus. He's got lots of Crundus. Yeah, sad thing about this game is that, like, I already know I can't go in there yet, so I don't even bother feeling, like, curious about it. But I guess that's fine. Doesn't need to be what this game is to me now. I guess when, Strawberry Clock, whose name is Adam, was making Banjo's backpack, he was probably thinking that this game still has a lot of potential, and I think there's probably, that was years ago, so I think there's probably more tools for modding this game now. I'm sure it's easier than it was back then, but like, I'm you know, I'm not sure I'll actually play them, but I'm happy to see people make fresh homebrews of old games. That's something that, like, we always kind of wanted the companies to do, but it's not something they can make a ton of money off of. So they, you know, like if they made Super Mario 64 2, they would definitely make less money than with Mario 64 because it's not groundbreaking anymore. There's no new art style. There's new art, but not like fresh. Oh yeah, I used to like try to get up there without being a termite. See if I can do it. Just like, nah. I mean, they make it difficult. They want you to transform. They want me to transform into a bug, like, haha, so Kafka-esque. It is a satire on people who say something is Kafkaesque when it is not Kafkaesque. Kafkaesque. And when are they bringing back Mission Hill? I'm being facetious, of course. They don't need to bring back shit. They shouldn't bring back anything. Like, bros, we are so back. It's starting to get boring. I mean, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with getting excited when Dog of Wisdom comes back. When Audrey and Victor comes back, I'm sure people are gonna shit themselves. My childhood. Because, you know, forever ago now. Oh no! Weird with the controller. I don't know. But like, I just like, I think that's still got to be transformed, and it's still got to be updated. And when I say it's got to be updated, I don't mean it needs to have more diversity in it. It's like one of the main characters is a black lesbian, because that was my vision. That was my vision for this new version of Audrey and Victor, is for a black lesbian to be the main character. No, I mean, you know, Pepper is a black lesbian, so I don't need to fix that. She is. I just never thought about it until now. If you want to have sex, if you want to have success, is what I meant to say. Freudian slip. If you want to have success, then you should just not realize that your character has been a black lesbian all along. But like, you know, they tried to make Velma, and it was so sad. It's so sad. It's not good. They ruined Velma, who was always the ugly one. If you want to have success, you're a great artist. It's just your captions that need work. It would be funnier if it said, "No meat touching, man." Yeah, that's the plight of being an artist, that like you make something you think is great, and someone who thinks it's great starts suggesting ideas to make it better than you could. And it's like, but what about me? It's like, that's something the internet has showed us, and it's ugly, but I think we should embrace it at some point. because like artists usually don't make something by themselves, even if they do, right? Like, you know, you could say oh, you can say like oh, you know, I made Dog of Wisdom by myself, but I also had, you know, the people working at the supermarket had something to do with it. The people working at the water treatment facilities had something to do with it. My shitty landlord that I wanted to kill had something to do with it. So like nothing is really made just by one person. Which you know makes sense when they get the guy and he doesn't got the sauce no more. It's because it was a conditional thing. It was something that that happened as well as an artist bringing it out. And you know, it's not just an artist doing something. It was also something that was and happened. You know, it's also just like people are different at every point of their lives. So, you know, people might get upset if the next Adrian Victor has like a different art style, but the last one has a different art style from the one before that. So it's always going to be different. You know, people were mad that the Scott Pilgrim cartoon changed the story, but it also would not have been authentic if the creator had gone with the story that he wrote 15 years ago, because that's not the thoughts he's been having for the past 15 years. So in that regard, I suppose I can't say he should have just made it a straight one-to-one recreation of his previous work, because that's not how artists like to do things. You know, you don't like that, you should just make it without the guy. I think other people's vision for someone else's art is also valid, and I think nowadays we probably have, you know, fan artists probably do a lot of the work nowadays. They come up with shit, or they like figure shit out that the creators pretended they knew the whole time. Okay, where's the last one? All right, it's on the top of the tower. Where's the bumbus? I got the bumbus. I need the tokens. Give me the non-mungible, the non-mumbable tokens. Whatever. Sorry, I'm mashing through this whole game. It's just like, just want to play. I don't want to read, you know? It's not that I don't like games where you read. It's just I don't feel like it. I would like to make a game where you read, because nobody's writing or reading books, really. So if you want somebody to read something you've written, you have to hide it in a video game. It's like putting cauliflower in the mashed potatoes. Oh god, the scan lines. What, do they look bad? Because there is a bit of it being crushed and compressed, but tough shit, because it looks good to me on my end. I did increase the I don't know if it was actually improved, but I increased the bitrate slightly because of the crundifulness. We trick people into reading all the time using captions. Yeah, we trick people into reading a whole book by stringing together 6,000 tweets. The Return of the King by @RealDonaldTrump. Chapter 1. Fuck you! So if I get hit one more time, I'm fucked. But I meant to do that. You see, it's all part of my genius scheme to do a damage warp, or a death warp, whatever. I'm not a real gamer. I'll know dick. Did I get all the notes? No, I would have had Bottles scream at me if I did have all the notes. See, I'm not a real gamer. I fucking died with 97 notes. You don't say enough slurs to be a real gamer. All right, well, 97 is good enough for now. Let's move on. Shut up. What the fuck up? Your mother front, you're fucking the face now. Make a Banjo-Kazooie Papa's Gatito episode would be epic. Well, I did have an idea for Audrey and Victor, but I don't know if it's like really Audrey and Victor. It's an idea based on me and my twin sister that I thought might make a funny cartoon. When we were kids and playing in like our above ground pool, I was like, hey, I got an idea. Let's play Banjo-Kazooie. Get on my shoulders and we'll swim at the same time. It'll be cool. And it's like, okay. So she did, and then like we swum like that for a second. It was like, oh, this is cool. And then she started floating off of me and she stepped on my head and I just like sunk to the bottom of the pool. And then when I came up, she was gone. And this pool actually kind of took a while. Like, it took a few steps to get out of. You had to climb up onto the deck and then go down the ladder. You have to go up and down 2 different ladders. So for her to do that and then go all the way past the pool, because you had to go around it, and then go around the corner again into the house, all before I came above water. It's an almost impressive amount of sibling fuckery. Ah, you're unconscious. I doubt it. I think I would have died. What the fuck was that? What was that about? Was she trying to kill me? No, I mean, I think it was just an accident and she didn't want to get beat up or something, so she ran away. Gosh. That's Goofy while having sex. Gosh. Oh right, I need to go to the portrait. Sibling shenanigans. Yeah, tell me about it. Having siblings, not that easy. You have to compete for attention for your life, for your whole life. So what was the real meaning behind we gotta get SpongeBob back? That also has a backstory related to my twin sister. In fact, many of my cartoons do. Like, I made Iron Bad knowing that at least Jackie was gonna think it's funny. Knowing that, like, if nobody else watches it, which is what I was thinking at the time, at least my sister will like it. So I made Iron Bad, but you know, then I made Audrey and Victor, which is like kind of inspired by my childhood with my sisters and brother, and like and then there's Papa's Catito, which I know my family loves. Dog of Wisdom, I know my mom loves. Yeah, this is like being finicky. It's like the wrong button doing the thing. Alright, but I never said the answer to your question, which was, fuck you! This sucks! It's broken! Fucking thing sucks! But yeah, we gotta get SpongeBob back was an in-joke with me and Jackie, and you know, like, when we were kids, we loved SpongeBob. We quoted it constantly, and I would even quote things that weren't even in the show, like, we gotta get SpongeBob back. Fuck your face. I'ma fuck your eyes, huh? I'ma poke you. Mario, if he was Italian. That's Banjo, basically. But yeah, like, it was like one of those things where you're like, you're messing with your sibling, but it's like level 1 spiciness of like level 10. Like, you know, messing with your sibling level 10 would be like, haha, you thought I was dead or something. But level 1 is like, you know, they can see through your bullshit. So like the whole time I was like, yeah, Squidward definitely says we gotta get SpongeBob back. My sister was not convinced at all. I knew she wouldn't believe me, and she knew that she wasn't going to be convinced. But I still thought it was funny to say that. I still thought it was funny to insist that Squidward says it, because you do start to question it. It's like, maybe he does say it. You know, the only reason Jackie knew he didn't say it was because we were religious SpongeBob fanatics that knew every line from every episode. Alright, let's see if I can fix this. It was because the window wasn't active? Seems like... Nah, it's still focused. Alright, can I change my controls? Oh no! Why the fuck didn't it work? What was it? Buttons. I mean, need to just restart the emulator. This shit doesn't work. Oh no! My privacy! Everyone saw. Active. Oh no! Fucking doesn't fucking work. Fucking thing sucks. Alright. What about now? Yeah, that's not supposed to do that. That's not supposed to be like that. Pressing buttons, it's doing things. This is what wokeness has done to America. I guess that is sort of how it feels. Wokeness feels like a Game Genie code that did something and messed with other random things elsewhere. This is what wokeness has done to America. It ruined Banjo. He's not even CRT shader anymore. He's a loser. He failed. It's a shame. It's a big shame. Oh my god. This is how everyone talks online. I'm afraid so. Unfortunately, it's true. He's a big shame. A big loser. A failure. I'm woke and my mom is clipping through the wall. Yeah, it just like changes one value and it's like, my values are being threatened. You can't change values. They're values. Do I look like I know what a floating point integer is? Now harder still the game will be. I don't think the game gets like more difficult after that, does it? That's what's implied here, that like you've turned on hard mode. What are people saying? Touching Gruntilda's booty on the street. I have an idea in Papa's Gatito 27. Do Dog of Wisdom shopping at IKEA. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad IKEA. But Papa's Gatito Season 2, not yet. I need to laze more. Anyway, what was I saying? What are people talking about? SpongeBob actually talks into the SpongeBob actually turns into a pillar of salt in the show. I wouldn't be shocked if they ripped off Danielle, because who doesn't? SpongeBob is like if you look up Cal Arts on Google, a picture of like new SpongeBob comes up, but it's like the Patrick show where SpongeBob is just like a background NPC. Like they turned him into an extra and put him in the front of crowd shots. That's his life now. And they gave him hair, which I think should have been illegal, but they allowed it. Ow. Do you hear that? fucking go! Trolls are acting up. It's like, it feels like there are two things on one button, but it doesn't look like that in Bastard! Maybe I have a, like a switch on? Do I have a switch? Oh shit. That like switches between yes and not? They turned SpongeBob into a Hershey's Kiss. So how'd you come up with Papas Gatito? Well, I have ideas that are Dog of Wisdom, but don't actually fit into Dog of Wisdom videos. Like, Dog of Wisdom videos need a sort of like a conciseness, like, it has to be all of my best ideas from the past year in 1 minute. And Papas Gatito can wander into different directions. There's a little bit more freedom with what I can portray because it doesn't have to be made in 3D and it doesn't have to particularly fit into the style. That, and you know, the short answer is I need buttons. And it's a quick way of producing YouTube work that gets paid the same amount as YouTube work I'd actually spend months on. So what's the fucking difference to YouTube? But I'm not that bitter about it because I think that Papas Gatito and my more labored over projects also they equally deserve to be seen and made. So I don't feel bitterness that people will watch anything Papas Gatito, and you know, I think, you know, your videos are not you. If your video gets 100 million views, it doesn't even mean people like you. It means you've temporarily captured them, which to do again is almost miraculous. Like, I can't tell you how proud I am to be the guy who also did that. You know, like, I've spent my career working my dick off trying to make lots and lots of things, and some of them are actually recognized. Some of them are recognized. Prominent and recognized. But like, I also have to accept that not everything will be met with the same level of recognition as everything else. You know, not about that. It's about the individuals who like it. And if 3 people like it, that's not fair. I was trying to jump there, you shitty fucking emulator. Man, not having fun because of this. This is just a reminder of the fact that I've grown up. You're never allowed to enjoy life again because fucking emulators are illegal, and no one who actually knows what they're fucking doing is gonna make one. God. Bill O'Reilly is coming out. It's like, oh my god. I want to be Bill O'Reilly for Halloween. Can I be young Bill O'Reilly for Halloween? I lost my train of thought. Mashing the A button now. Like, is there something I'm missing here? thing sucks. Hmm. Buttons mode. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted this thing to R2 button. Oh, wait. Axis +5? What the hell is axis +5? This would I not want? This C buttons mode? Oh, but like I think it is what I want, but I just don't want to like I don't want to have a thing that switches it. I have no idea what is that what it was? I might have fixed it. Maybe it wasn't an error. Maybe it was a feature. It's a feature. Yeah, I don't know. Do I actually want to fix the errors, or do I want to just scream that fucking thing sucks? Cause one thing will actually get it done. I guess it's alright that I got mad because it all turned out. But you can still never go back to childhood. You can still never play this for the first time. That goes for everything. Yeah. It feels like... Did it happen again? Or maybe I'm imagining it now? I mean, it's so funny when people melt down like that. Like, everyone does it. I do it. Semi-Sonic fan does it. Oh man, he must be like 30 now. When will you learn? When will you learn? That's like the angry trumpet man as a little boy. When will you learn? When will you learn? I can't even do the voice. That kind of sounds like him. What is he saying? Like, can any scholars in the chat tell me what Sammy Sonic fan is talking about? He's saying that like there's like a sect of Sonic fans who are ruining everything because they expect a like a sequel to a Sonic Adventure. Adventure fantasizers. It's like he lacks the vocabulary. He's like, you can never be quenched. You can never be quenched. You can never be quenched. Oh man. Yeah, if people find humor in my anger, then it might be worth it. Joe Mad Super Mix. Fucking thing sucks. Oh, you know what? Let me take even more control over my happiness. Let me change another div. How do I do that? It's like the Z button is wait. Dun, 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 dun. Set all control. No! didn't do it. Right? It still works. Still have all of my controls. Alright. Fuck you, Mazda. Fuck you, Mazda. Fuck you, Mazda. Like when Seinfeld tries to act angry and everyone thinks it's a bit. Well, almost. I feel like me getting angry actually is a bit. It's just a bit because I know people are watching. And that's everyone who's mad online. Everyone who's mad online is that to some extent. I'm mad online. Like, I need to adjust the lighting while I'm mad online. Like, you're not really mad, you're just entertaining. It's just entertainment. Like how politics and news are just entertainment. Alright, I want to change L shoulder to damn it. This is too confusing. That did not do it. L button? Oh, maybe this? The button? That's it. Now we got it. Everyone's mad online. I don't buy it. Nobody's really mad. If they were really mad, they would do something. People don't actually spring into action. They just spring into fight or flight and get exhausted and do nothing. And then congratulate themselves for a job not done. You really saved the world. What's with these arrogant people who think we need to save the world? I mean, I don't know if George Carlin was right about the world developing its own defense against plastic, but he's probably right about us being arrogant in trying to save the world. Like, my NFT was actually a green NFT. I'm saving the world. Well, you know. I didn't say that, but I did think that made it okay. Not saving the world. Nothing you say online will save the world. You don't have to save the world. The world will be there when you're gone. I suppose the best you could do is not make things any worse. And by living, you are making things worse. So fuck you. No, I mean, you know, you can live however you like. Whatever way that aligns with your own morals. Like, if you want to be vegan, I have nothing against that. I've been vegan. It's just like, don't trick yourself into thinking that you're like, you're gonna start a movement. You're gonna save the penguins. Like the ending of Happy Feet where they save the penguins. Well, I suppose if human activity is destroying the penguins, then human activity can save the penguins too, right? Yes, until everybody finds out about the marvelous dancing penguin and they go to Antarctica to like take pictures of them and they all die because of that. think I fixed the bullshittery. That was it. All right, I never gave the fucking. I didn't give the what him name back his treasure. I don't want to make fun of Joe's name. That really sounds like it's just the guy who does Banjo's voice going whoosh. Anyway, what was I saying? That saving the world is impossible. This is just fiction that makes us feel more interesting than we are. The purpose of life is to do nothing. Not that life has no meaning, but you can't squeeze meaning out of something that doesn't have any. Like does it feel like even after like you like work, you know, working and working for 30 years, it's like the whole goal is to just like have a comfortable living so you can do nothing. Right? Is like when you get to a certain age, you'll have enough money and security to just do nothing. It feels like the purpose of life is to do nothing. Even now, I'm doing way too much. I'm streaming and getting paid $2. I could be doing nothing, getting no dollars. Well, I suppose I find meaning in being able to entertain because life is rough and people need to laugh. That makes me feel like I'm doing something valuable that I deserve to live for. So that, you know, gives my life structure and meaning. But beyond that, nothing really has any meaning to me. Nothing that, you know, like, man, I want like $10,000 so bad. But not $1 billion. Once you get $1 billion, that's like all you ever fucking think about, right? Like, I turned it into pennies so I can swim in it. It just becomes your whole life. You know, not that $1 billion would make me unhappy. It's just that, like, think about the people whose goal is getting that much money. It's like already all they fucking think about. Like, why don't you just not have any money? $10,000 sounds like a lot. And it's not, but that's what I want. And even that might be too much. Maybe I don't need any fucking money to live. Live in the ground. Imagine Mr. Beast joins and donates 100 million. Yeah, but well, yeah, I'm sure I'd be really happy to get that money and be like, yes, Mr. Beast. But I'd also probably be cursed by that money. I would spend the rest of my life trying to keep it, and it was money that just like I got in like a split second, and then like it would not be too long before it starts to slip through my fingers, and then I would spend the next 3 decades pretending like I didn't lose all of it. And that's money that Mr. Beast would make in like 0.3 seconds. So like it's really money that like never had any purpose. It was always just like piles of wealth existing for no reason. Now, when is that guy gonna just like quietly disappear? Yeah, like that's probably what will eventually happen to him. He'll just like become one of those videos. Whatever happened to Mr. Beast? I'm strategically taking damage. Looks like I suck, but actually I don't. It looks like I'm making a series of terrible decisions, but actually I want to die with 4 nodes short of the goal. No! Please don't respawn closer. No, no, he's getting faster. He's rubber banding. He's getting faster. You see that? You see how I got behind that crate? He was rubber banding. Like, oh, no, 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 I didn't mean to do that. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm swimming towards him. He's got me. He's got me. Oh, no. I lived again. Use this. Okay, that was fun. That was fun again. Holy shit. Holy shit, I really don't want to die. I want to live now. I want to live long enough to get a few nodes. But where are they? This is why they stopped making games like this. This is precisely why. People were like, man, fuck some nodes. Like, I suppose it's been a long enough time that maybe like, you know, when they made the purple coins in Mario Odyssey, they were able to come back to this idea with a little bit of perspective. So like the purple coins, like you get them and they save the game automatically. That's something you couldn't do back then. So like the, you know, purple coins in Mario Odyssey kind of are like notes in this game. It's like they don't even have like the same function. It's just fun to get them. It's just like mindless entertainment. Ooh, I wanted the coin. It's just so nice. I want this. I don't know why. Just do. Yikes. Oof. Big oof. More people die to falling coconuts than shark attacks, but I don't know what the statistics are for bears and birds. Yeah, I don't know. I saw a video the other day of like I thought it was really funny, but the people were terrified. It was like bear attacks camp, and it's like these two people just sitting there still, hugging each other, absolutely terrified, completely motionless, as a bear eats the food on their table. And it's like, I think it's so funny because the bear is not, it's not like an adult grizzly bear. It's like a black bear or something like that. It's like a tiny little bear. And these people are so scared of this little bear. You know, I'm sure one wrong move and you could get rabies or something, but like, it's a tiny little bear. They could have just been like, shoo. I'm sure of it. Looking at that bear, he looked gentle. Like, he was small and gentle looking. You could have just taken a broom and threatened him with it. You know, some people have the balls to stand up to a full-size grizzly bear. I'd probably just shit my pants and pass out. And, you know, my body would be doing that because that's the only thing it can do to survive at this point. Because, like, if I scream and panic, I'll make things worse. I'll freak out the bear, who, you know, even if he doesn't kill me with his massive bear hands, he'll probably call his bird friend to pick my eyes out. I'll be like, ah, bear! And he'll be like, whoa! A good defense mechanism, shitting yourself makes you less tasty. Yeah. Although, you know. I don't mind. Ugh, yuck. You gotta watch out for the freak bears. It's very fragrant. Okay, so this is the ultimate in fucker technology. I need to find one node, and I don't know where it is. I'm going to have to retread every single place where there's notes. At this point, I might as well just leave because I could just come back later and get all 100 notes instead of looking for all 100 notes in the places they might be. Like, what am I gonna do? Go into that ship to see if I missed one note? Oh, I'm right here, so yes. Well, you know, if I was a kid, like, I was 10 when this came out, direct hit. If I was 10, I would absolutely, certainly try to get that last note. But now I have the perspective to say, walk away. You can just walk away at any time. It's like, I said that about Mario Sunshine. I was like, this is ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. This is robbing me of my life. I no longer have the energy, and it's not bringing me any joy. So, like anything that I just walk away from as an adult, I will just walk away from. Something that was a skill I didn't have as a kid. And I'm grateful that I don't have to put up with anything. Even things I think I love, like Banjo-Kazooie, can start to stress me out and make me miserable. Fucker, you fucking motherfucker, you mother the face now. Okay, that's like a very specific glitch. I don't know if, oh wait, I missed a jiggy. Tricky. I want the jiggy. I want the jiggy. That is the dog voice right there. I'm the baby. I'm the puppy. I tried replaying some of the old Mega Man X game, and my adult ass walked away real fast. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's just you though, not me. You know, I play Mega Man X just as good as when I was a kid. Or in other words, I still use save states and suck miserably. Or at least I would if I'd played that. Oh, I should play that on Thingus. You know, Meredith will not remember Mega Man X, but I will, and she'll probably have some things to say about it. I'm sure we'll talk about how, you know, me and Meredith constantly have conversations about video games, and we can have a conversation about how there are so many conversations about video games pertaining to Mega Man X. It's like, the way the game draws you into the world. That is a donkey, I guess. The way the game draws you in. It's in a way that has never been seen up until the point. Mega Man X has the best synth guitars. Yeah, I haven't played it since I was like 14, a long time ago. No! Alright, I have to go back. I have to go back. Ah! Instantly taking me back. Takes me back to eating Pop-Tarts in my pajamas, playing SNES. Can't believe that was 6 entire months ago. I know. Crazy. Alright, yeah, it's this way. This is Dog of Wisdom 27. In like 23 years, I guess. There might not be a Dog of Wisdom 4 because it's a trilogy. And we already started to see a decline in the last one. A decline in views. Bro fell off. So sad. Man, are we making that bitch our president again? We're making that retard our president again. Wait, hit that one. Alright, this bitch, she makes it so you have to talk to her because every time you play the game, she says something different. A good trick. Actually listen to you. Unless you're a speedrunner, then you could just completely skip the... What did she say? A flea circus as a pet? Oh no, the dog. The pet was Leg Chomper. Grunty and the Broomstick Boys. What was the first one? There was a flea circus. Alright. I like how she's the good witch, but she's also green. Yes, I actually just noticed that too. That like she's a fairy godmother and she's green. It's just like one of those little jokes you take for granted. Like Zoidberg. Yesterday I was thinking about Zoidberg, like just his name is such a hilarious joke that we totally take for granted now because we just recognize him as a person. But like originally just the name was as funny as like the very potent early humor in that show. I hate experimental art. Well, you know, a lot of experimental art is pretentious, but not all of it is bad. I feel like most good art had to experiment and do something that nobody else had done, right? If you make something to be experimental, then maybe you're misguided. I think, like, you know, what's an example? This game, actually, is a good example, because I would not say this game is revolutionary at all. And I say that with it being one of my favorites still. It's just not revolutionary because Mario 64 is just like this. You know, they basically said Mario 64 is good and we want to keep making Mario 64. And that's totally fine. You know, like Pizza Tower is like that. Genius. It's the best. Your idea for a game was somebody else's game. It's brilliant in its own way. There's not much to experiment here. It's really not that what's the word? It's one of the most generic games that I can think of. Almost as generic as like Puyo Tetris. It's like little blobs. But that yeah, if I hold down the triggers at the same time, then shit starts going wrong. Oh well. Can't win them all. At least I can play this game without turning into Bill O'Reilly and screaming at the teleprompter. Imagine being a scientist, but you hate experiments. Every time you have to do one, you get a pouty lip. Well, yeah, like this is another thing I like to think about these things. Like, this is another thing that I was just thinking about a lot. Science and the way we believe in science. You remember that during the pandemic. That was a terrible catchphrase. Believe in science. I mean, yes, I suppose it would be wise to have faith in scientific findings. But, you know, PC bullshit aside, you should not believe in science. You know, like, not PC bullshit, you know what I mean? Like sterile or gentle talk, or, you know, corpo talk, or whatever you call that shit. When you say something that's a little bit more accurate. Anyway, I'm totally losing what I'm trying to say here. Please don't kill me. That science is not a fucking faith. You should not believe in science. If you are a scientist, you do not believe in science. You trust your eyes, which is, you know, the scientific method is actually based on not fact. The scientific method is not based on facts. The scientific method is based on feelings. The scientific method is based on a kooky, educated guess, a hypothesis, a theory. And science is the act of attempting to prove those theories as true. So, like, you had to believe in it first. So I guess science is a bit of a belief system, but not when you prove something to be true, because that's just true. That's not, you know, believing what's true. You don't have to accept reality. You don't have to believe what's true. No one does. Nobody, you know, nobody has to accept science. Not even scientists, because scientists, they feel like, well, that's the last time people ran this experiment was in the 60s. It was like, is it a time we I meant to do that? Is it a time we did science again to find out if it's really true? And then we do that shit, and we learn that, like, the speed of light keeps changing. And it's like, why is the speed of light keeps changing? It's because of errors, or because the speed of light is actually changing? Science too. Yeah, well, you know, I don't like that science can become dogmatic like religion. You know, I feel like South Park made stupid jokes about this 20 years ago. How it will eventually become the religion of the world. Like, if what you think and what you believe is all based on fact and none of it is based on hypothesis, then you will never advance science, right? You're just basing your work on somebody who's actually done the work, and you're doing nothing. You're just, like, sitting there pretending to look busy if you believe in science, because you never had a thought that something could be true that you just can't prove yet. You know, like, there are certain things like that. And I guess if you have faith, then you will live to see an age where science is caught up with your hypothesis. Everything should be dogmatic. Dogs rule. Yeah, but even dogs should not rule society. That's a job for cats. Dogs are so clumsy, and cats are so graceful. Well, I guess that's maybe you know, cats can be clumsy too, but from my perspective, cats are the rulers. But they, you know, all they do is sit on top of a perch. They don't own the land the way the dog does. You know, like you see a dog copper walking these streets twirling his handcuffs, and then you see a cool cat. Which one of these guys you think runs these streets? It's not the law. It's the one that's like in tune with the land. I don't know why I'm talking about this. I'm talking about like a fake anthropomorphic animal situation. No, science is not a belief system. You should never believe anything you know, unless you've done the experiment, right? Like, science is so that you can run the experiment yourself and get the same results, right? So then you should not believe someone, although in some cases, like with a vaccine, it's impossible for me to really test if it's working. You know, the people who make the vaccine can test that, but how can I believe them? You know, how can I have faith in them? What if their science is wrong and I'm the only one who knows? It's like very simple thing you can do. Shut up. And do the experiment yourself. You know, whatever the hell the experiment is. It's like the thing. I'm sure you can come up with the thing-like experiment. That anyone can test. Like, I don't know how big of a percentage it is, but there's definitely a percentage of science that you can test on your own. And you know, when you hear countless sources saying the same thing, that's an indication that it's so. Unless all the sources are controlled by Bill Gates. It's like, shut up. 2, life is not as interesting as you wish it could be. Life is not as interesting as your stupid Twitter soap opera daytime drama says it is. Now let's talk about Resident Evil 4 Remake. I mean, perfect games don't need a remake. Games that were so important and looked so great for their time they deserve to not have a remake. You know how people are like, this deserves a remake? There are also things that deserve to not have a remake. There's very few games I think deserve to have a remake. It's like, you know, like, when I think of remakes that I approve of, it's usually like a port of Tetris on the PS3 or some shit. It's like, yeah, every console needs a version of Tetris. I don't care if the music is like different. I don't care if they update it to make it more modern. It's Tetris. They added some effects. They made it multiplayer. But it's just, you know, the fact that it's Tetris is why it's here. You know, like, some things need a remake. Or, I guess, like, deserve to be ported or something. I wasn't paying attention to these guys at all. Red, yellow, teal. This is really difficult stuff. I need to focus. Bah. 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 them moving the camera makes this like really hard. Just walked on top of that one. Damn it! Ocarina of Time got remade. That's considered perfect. Considered. Considered perfect. Purple, 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 blue, purple, yellow. There we go. Who is doing the considering here? Stupid people? Thank you, Harmonia. I mean, I didn't... Did I play that? There's nothing more I can teach you. Yeah, I guess I got a full music education just now. Bah! 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 You know, Ocarina of Time for the 3DS, I agree with that. Yeah, that's good. You know, like how Mario 64 for the DS was also a good thing to have, right? It's good to have it. It's a good port. It's like an enhanced remake. And there's things that are annoying about it too, but like you ignore those things. It's Mario 64 on the DS, and you know there's a lot of extra content, like to an annoying degree. Alright, I should come back here later. Did I do this one just now? Yeah. Where next? Go up that thing, but this thing is saying go this way. Yeah, I mean, this game does not need a remake, but we'll probably get one day because they have no ideas for what to do with this series. I personally have feeling, you know, like everyone's entitled to their opinion. If you think it was perfect, then I have nothing against that, because I just personally think that there's so much more of what was real about the game in the original shabbier art. It's like, I'm very frustrated that people still think that a more labored over drawing is a better drawing. They were never able to improve Crash Bandicoot's model. They never will. You have to accept that you will never improve Crash Bandicoot's model from the PlayStation 1. That's an arrogance. It's pure arrogance to think you can improve these old games, that you can make them better even though you have no ideas of your own. It's silly, and it's totally fucked up and wrong. It's greedy, and it's trying to relive a past, which is pathetic. You know, you want to do that, just do this. Just play a video game that's old. I personally think you should play old games in their not glory, their original not glory, because that is what the intent was. And the further you go away from the artist's intent, the closer you get to just slop. It's like, you know how artificial intelligence can make art that looks a little bit like someone made it because it's based off of prompts and data and images that were taken from other artists, but then it's like you still notice it's not made by a person because there's no intent, there's no specific feelings that went into it. And that, you know, people don't like to hear this, but I feel the same way about a lot of work people make. That it's all based on other people's art. It's just a worse version of it. It's got, there's something about it that's appealing. There's a novelty to it, but it's not good. And for you to call it art is offensive. You know, like if you know, if you use AI art, I don't give a shit. I use it in Papa's Gatito, but if you call it, if you generate something and call it your art, people are just gonna laugh at you. They're all gonna laugh at you because you know, you really just cobbled together someone else's ideas and acted like it was your idea. Now, I'm also not saying there's nothing artistic about that, but it's just like the absolute baseline of being an artist. It's like the utter pits is making AI generated art or working on a remake of Crash Bandicoot. Either feels really hollow to me. Look at your face, I'm into you. Crash Bandicoot was a very expressive character, and he remains one of the most expressive game characters. Nobody has, like just because the time has passed and technology has advanced, nobody has started to actually think this sucks now. They just think this has certainly withered. This is really withered. Yeah, well, some people making games do that, and it's the point for it to be withered. The constant remakes is because studios are terrified of new ideas and want a guaranteed return on everything they make. Watch how quickly they embrace a new idea when they learn it doesn't cost them anything. Yeah, fuck those sick fucks. Freaks. Not the good kind either. They're like the perverts. Man, fuck this. Wow. Yeah, it's, you know, it's an old story now. It's been going on for like 30 years, but it always gets to me every time a bad remake is made of something that I really love. Like it always gets to me. It always gets at me a little bit. Like people who I thought I was like in the same boat as, you know, because I was a fan of something and loved something. Those people are really just like doing it because it's like their job now. They have like they have like a paycheck to love their favorite game. and they love it like John Lasseter loves toys. He like hugs people like he hugs toys. Yeah, and like I feel like you need to allow your favorite things from your childhood to have a certain amount of dignity. Otherwise, you're just... Oh, shit. Otherwise, you're just molesting your inner child. Like, oh, I just want to feel you again. Just want to feel what it was like again. It's like, this is starting to get weird. You need the shoes to do this. You lost 3 times in a row. Can't believe Mr. Vile is such a jerk. I'm gonna make a YouTube thumbnail that says he's finished. It's over. It's like allegations hit. Mr. Vile is a bad sport. It's like, we knew that. His name is Mr. Vile. And then the backlash would be LOL greedy greedies greedies on suicide watch. Heck, what a bitch. Man, that guy really got me and they laughed at me. Alright, what was it talking about? The bear freaks, the real freaks. Yeah, I think, yeah, this game has definitely got freaks. Oh, where this guy? What? Childhood. What is going on over here? I feel like there's something... There's supposed to be something here. This is not here, though. I've never seen this before. Did this... Was this like an actually unfinished part of the game, or is it is something unloaded for some reason? Maybe it's above? Oh yeah, it goes above. There might have been some collectibles that I already got. People think having an extreme flatulence problem would be funny, but would genuinely ruin your life. Yes, it would be funny for like a day. And then you realize it's for the rest of your life. And then you're just like, it's just like sad piano music. I'm ready. Yeah. But yeah, like, don't remake everything. Stop trying to indulge so much in the past. The past wasn't that good. And now isn't that bad. Like, at least I'm not in school like I was when I played this game the first time. At least I'm not in like the 3rd grade where I had just like the worst fucking time. Wow. I might have been in like 5th grade or something. 5th grade was cool. 5th grade? When I was in 5th grade, Pokemon came out. you know, this game was great too, but there was nothing quite as seismic as Pokemon, and never will be again, probably. But yeah, like they keep making remakes, and one of the reasons is because they're scared that people won't buy their new idea. And the other reason is that it's a lot of work they don't have to do. The other reason is it's nostalgic. The other reason is, what was I gonna say? You know, like part of it is that they don't have to think. Oh right, and you know, this is, I'm playing this on my computer right now. They can't sell it if it's old. It's like, we can't sell this. Why not? Because it's withered. People will think it's ugly, and that's not all. People will be able to just like steal it for free. It's 16 megabytes. So they remake it with new modern shit technology that's supposed to keep you, supposed to make your gaming experience even less free than it was before. Or you could play completely free every game for the rest of your life. Yeah, like around 2000, they started coming out with shitty gimmicks to keep people buying and paying for games when they didn't have to, like MMOs. Remember that shit? I'm talking to an audience of like 15-year-olds. They don't remember when anything came out. That's how long ago this shit was. This game was 1998. I was 10. And I'm 36 now. So 26 years passed. I don't know why I'm just doing basic math. I'm just letting it all sink in, I guess. Walk towards the giant alligator head. Was it this way? Like I have to go up there or something? Or did I was already there. I need to come back as a crocodile. Oh right, I wanted to come back as a crocodile over this way. Was it towards Portal? It was this way. So Tip Top, that little turtle dude that was inside that massive turtle dude, he was also a Diddy Kong Racing racer, and like that game was basically like a mascot farm. They were like coming out with a, it was like you ever seen the Porky Pig cartoon, like the first one where he's like talking about Paul Revere. It was like the first cartoon with Porky also had like a bunch of other characters that were in the same exact vein. They're just like cartoon animal mascots, and it's like, which one of these guys are we going to use as our like logo? Because Disney has Mickey Mouse and we have to fucking copy them. So they basically had a cartoon like audition. Like they auditioned the cartoon characters themselves to see what people liked, and they liked Porky for some reason. I think Porky sucks. And I think over time they started to realize they didn't care about him because they never made Porky the star of anything. They made him the sidekick. Alright, now where should I go? So every time I get so close to finding all the notes and then just fall short by a few. Whatever. Did I get enough trade? Probably fine, whatever. Move on. Combo tokens? probably already got it. I just got hurt to get it because fuck it. We'll do it live. Alright, I never finished the like little croco guy jiggy. That's fine. This is fine. What are people saying? I can't play new multiplayer games because they're all just trying to sell you shit. Yeah, it's like going to the mall. The fuck is this? It's like even the most offline fucking games you can think of hit you with those stupid fucking notifications like it's social media. Like I'm playing a video game on a smartphone. It's like, you got an achievement that you didn't mean to get. Isn't that so cool? It's like, no, I don't need pop-ups. I'm playing a game. Yeah, and I hate playing games on Steam because everyone sees what you're playing. You know, that would never happen with Banjo-Kazooie. I still boot up Halo 3 on PC every now and then, but that's it. Yeah. Yeah, they want to sell you shit. Here's a costume. You got currency. We gave you a worthless token that you can do nothing with. Here's a hyperlink so that you can buy more. Fucking retarded and kill everybody involved. Kill your mother if it's your mother. I don't care if the person who did this gave birth to you. Yeah, like I would love for there to be a second video game crash. just so nature can heal. The problem is that people still think video games are cool. They should go back to being a complete Dorcas hobby. Like gamers should be embarrassed again. Bad hag high. That's not even clever. You know, a bucket of beads? That's the life. That sounds like the life. Belly barging. By the way, there's like 2 questions that you need to answer for that. Like, for all the stupid facts you have to learn about her. There's like very little to actually do. I don't think everything becomes a question. So you don't really need to commit that much of it to memory. But you guys will help me, right? You'll certainly remember when I get to Grunty's Furnace Fun in like 3 months from now. I'll do the same thing. I'll try to get 99.7% of this game before autumn is over. How long have we been playing? 2 hours. All right. Okay, so this is some shit that Remake's try to get rid of, and I'm like, fuck you, bring it back. See that? You see that, like, when I entered this room, the frame rate took a dip? I want that shit to come back. I want frame rates dipping to be an indication that you're about to encounter a monster. You know, like, he hasn't appeared yet, but he's loaded into the game. He's just hiding behind a wall. He's right there. You can tell because the frame rate just suffered. Joe, I respectfully disagree with this statement. Well, this is not a blanket statement. I would not say that for all games. I would say that for games as an experience, from an artist to his patrons, that is an appropriate place to do it. If we're talking about Super Smash Brothers or something, you know, you're talking about like Street Fighter, a fighting game where there are two people playing and they want to be on the same level and they want the game to be fast. Yeah, sure. In that case, I will 100% support the highest frame rate possible. But I don't think that it's necessary or good for every game to be overly concerned with a constant frame rate or even a smooth frame rate. I think once in a while I would welcome a little bit of frame dropping because whoop, I have to open the portrait first. Cute. I don't know, just like, you know, I guess it's nostalgic. It fits into like an aesthetic, like a throwback revival aesthetic now. But I don't know, it also it enhances the game in slight like subconscious ways. It lets you know that there's something big. You are subconsciously feeling the grandness of the game when a large amount of assets has been loaded. Right. Wait. Oh, no, I just opened this one. Stupid me. I don't think as an adult, especially in my 20s and 30s, for even my friends that play games, will really give people shit for their game preferences as an indication of how socially outgoing they are. That shit was on the rise when I was like a teen. That shit was on the rise where every fucking every faggot fucking faggot had to show how not gay they were by saying, "Oh, I'm play Mortal Kombat. I don't play Street Fighter. I play the game with the blood. I don't play Super Nintendo. That's gay. What, are you gay?" All right, you're supposed to hit this guy. So there's a way you could cheese this. I've never tried it, but I could give it a shot. You just like go over here, then they don't. I guess it's not working. There's a way to do it that I guess I just don't know about. If you stand at a certain spot, these guys don't even eat. Oh right, maybe it's because they're already spawned. I need to do it before they spawn. Alright, I might still make it. I say as one of them gets killed. Fuck! Can you shoot eggs at them? Yes, but I have to do two. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit! Oh, very close. You're still hungry. Yeah, I wonder how they cheese this. Please. Like maybe you just not as easy as doing that. Although the other two did not spawn, so I guess if you could just figure out a way to get the first one from spawning. Love how they say we and die. So does the music get... The music actually gets faster as you add more lights? Oh yeah, I was saying before that the shark is rubber banding. If you didn't know what that meant, it's like in a racing game when you do so well that everyone does as good as you do just to keep the game fair. It's like they're like attached to you by elastic, and they get faster when you get faster. So like when I was going as fast as I could away from that shark, I was panicking, so maybe I imagined it, but I'm pretty sure he was going faster too. Oh my god, that is very cruel. But it was so funny. I love that shit. That like when I was a kid, I thought that shark was the funniest part of this game. Cheese and crackers? I'll be just there. Never really used this move in this game. They should really add quality of life upgrades so that you don't stop. Wastes time. Well, yeah, I mean, I do agree that, like, stuff like that is time wasting. Whoops. Got to get the rest of my shit. Whee! Oh! No! Darn it. What was I saying? What was I talking about? This game was supposed to have a third one. Oh, I have to hit the thing again? There was supposed to be a third one, but instead it was canceled and they made Nuts and Bolts instead, which I didn't even play. It was clear, you know, whether Nuts and Bolts is a good game, it was clear that the series was dead. Oh, it's telling me to fly through the star. Okay. Those games back in the late 2000s were trash. Kinda. No! This? It's like, yeah, dark times. I mean, you know, we had TF2 at least. And, you know, that doesn't sound like much, but TF2 is enough to keep people occupied throughout, like, the entire late 2000s. Well, yeah, like, I remember the really hyped up games back then were, like, God of War and Gears of War and Guild of War and Guild War and Guy of War and God, shut up about fucking war. God of War. More like, God, I'm bored! And like, I didn't beat any of that shit. I had God of War and Gears of War because they were like the like really highly acclaimed games in like 2006, whatever, something like that. Oh right, I didn't get the ability. I have to talk to butthole, butt mole. TF2 is overrated. I mean, overrated it may be. It was fun. I don't think that negates the fact that it was fun in the late 2000s. If you're saying you don't want to play it now, that makes perfect sense. I mean, there are a lot of decent things that are overrated, right? What are some things that are overrated but undeniable? I guess Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty is the king of being overrated but undeniable. Adventure Time kind of felt that way too. TF2 is just mid, unpopular opinion. I mean, you know, there's other games. It's not like it's. I guess at the time it may have been seen as like the ultimate version of this kind of game, and you know, since then we've only gotten more and more complex with like Overwatch and you know, like the like Dota games and Counter-Strike basically had a baby, and now we have Overwatch, like hero games where you can fly. There's fucking Fortnite where you know, there's like other shit to do besides shoot people, like build things. There's like, you know, other complex forms of combat like Splatoon where you have to use the terrain. There's been a lot of advancements since Team Fortress 2. That was 2007, so it makes sense. But at the time, it was probably like the most advanced form of like team battle game. You know, like before that we were doing like Halo and Counter-Strike, Capture the Flag. It's the same exact thing, you know, like you can argue that TF2 is good despite it being particularly unoriginal. It's not about that exactly. It's about the execution, and this game is exactly like that. It's a very good execution. There's a lot of joy and wonder in the execution of this. That Mario 64, even though it's, you know, the grandfather of this game, it's not the same. It couldn't have done a lot of these things. They had a giant snowman you climb up in that game, but it was a little different. It's like the way you choose to, even the way you choose to sing a song, you could change one note and now it's yours. You know, not incredibly creative, but whenever you watch a movie or play a game, it does become yours in some way. It becomes part of your body. It is now in your physiology. Like there's jiggies and blue eggs and red feathers in my DNA now. It's in there. I'm so glad there's no like hidden shit like jump and ground pound here to get a secret blue coin. That's probably why it's even more frustrating to play that game, because there's hidden coins that you don't even give an indication there's something there. They just put them in a sort of conspicuous place that's, I guess, sometimes people will find it by accident. Ooh. Rick and Morty genuinely rotted people's brains. No shit, Sherlock. What is the matter with you? Get out of here. What is the matter with you? Get out of here. Beat it. You're in timeout. Did I get all the Pwes? There's probably the one I didn't get. Here's the Pwes. Here's Dove. That's all. Bye. Ho 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 ho! Santa's still at Kmart shopping for your present. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, I can't ban Alana even though she's a bitch. She's funny. Just put in timeout. Like a bratty child, which she probably is. Where's the last Pwes? Oh, right, I think I might have to kill the snowman. It's so funny. It's just so funny. Not rotate the camera left and right while flying. There's the Pwes. It was there. It was waiting for me. It's the Pwes. Hope you remember to vote. The Pwes. Oh! I love how those kids are sad that they have no present and their dad is dead and they don't care. Oh! Alright, I can become a walrus and... Oh man, I'm dying! Did not kill that one. You can also tell that this game was made a long time ago because when you get a Jinjo, it doesn't completely refill your health. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god, that was so close. Jesus. Like, I feel like they made Banjo now, a Jiggy would save your game automatically and refill your health and make you a hot cocoa and hold your hand and tell you everything is going to be all right. Also, getting notes would save automatically, which is what Mario Odyssey does. And in this game, the notes respawn, but in Banjo-Tooie, they don't. And they turned all the notes into multi-notes, so there's not even 100 anymore. There's like 20. Like 20 note-shaped things to collect. Right, they have bunches of 5, so yeah, 100 notes is 20, but sometimes it's not even that many. Sometimes there's like a big note that gives you more. Do I have enough Mumbus? Probably not. He might want 15. Well, maybe there's a couple on the way. What Mumbus? What Mumbo tokens? I need the tokens. Nasty fierce bear. I just realized that a lot of levels are structured around this, like, substance that you ought to stay out of. What did I do? What did I fucking do? I just, like, stopped moving. There we go. There are no boots anywhere. Oh well, I'll just get hurt. Oh no! I might not have enough tokens. Fuck. Asshole. Alright, well, I'll still get this shit. But yeah. I'm not interested in modern games because they're retarded. They're gay-tarded. I mean, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of good games, but I do dislike a lot of trends. The hand holding, especially in a game like this, which is for kids. It's like, it's for idiots. It's for people with no brains. I can imagine them adding hand holding to this and ruining a lot of what I like about it. I need video games to crash, because then they'll be for art's sake again. Does that work that way or no? Probably not. Camera does not rotate automatically. Can I get 2 Mumbus? I could also come back here. I don't have to stay here. Leave whenever I want. We're free to leave. Well, I'll leave once I get this guy. And the orange guy. Oh, right, I can't. I need to get a Mumbus. I actually have to go around the stupid stage, you know, without leaving, find 2 more Mumbo tokens, so I can get the transformation, so I can become a walrus, so I can go into the walrus cave and get the last Jinjo. God, I hate this shit. How about not? How about fuck them Jinjos? How about I already collected enough and give me my fucking Jiggy now? That, or I could just kill some of these guys and maybe one of them has a token. There's one. That wasn't so bad. Now I just need 1. This Mumbo, however, does not seem to be as generous as the others. He doesn't Doesn't appear to have a token right next to his house. Anyway, what were we talking about? Just like Final Fantasy VII Remake. If Final Fantasy VII Remake is the gold standard for all remakes, then all remakes fucking suck. I guess I can't deny all remakes, but it's just this lack of thought. Like, they don't even think about it. They don't even have to. They just use an old game as a blueprint. It's like, actually, the game was good in its time, and we try to trick ourselves into thinking it sucked. That you can get it now, and you can buy it again, and it's better than it was before. Anyway, not to be bitter, because I do think games aren't done. We haven't even scratched the surface of what's possible in video games, which is maybe, like, you know, that's a relief, but it's also maybe why I'm so upset. It's because what's the point of all this fucking navel gazing? Or I suppose another metaphor would be tail chasing, because it's like you're chasing this game because it was important then. Oh, got something. And when a remake comes out, I feel like people are kidding themselves that time has really passed. It's good that time has passed. When time passes, you get perspective. You get to be able to come up with new ideas, or at least not repeat your old mistakes. I've climbed up this stupid snowman over and over. Why have I even done it? Is there really not one more this whole dumb level? There's gotta be somewhere. Let me look around and then I'll fight the snowman. Do I have to go all the way up there just to get to the... No, there's a pad. Yeah, see, that's just a one-up. Right, there's a pad like right here somewhere. Had me. Oh, almost got me. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, ooh, ooh. Well, one of the snowmen had a mumbo token. I don't know if that... I don't know if there's gonna be a second one. Alright, kill them. Wait, what was that? Found it. Damn, finally. Alright, get the fuck out of here. Everyone wants more, especially for a game that's been thoroughly dissected for years. Yeah, but we can do that. We just need to hack the game and look at the code and find all the funny notes and shit. I feel like there's plenty of tail chasing without making remakes. Well, you know, I indulge in some of that shit. I loved when it was like people hacked Ocarina of Time and found an R-Wing. I thought that was cool. This is like the R-Wing attacks you. It's just like a unused asset. They probably put it in as a joke, or they were just testing whatever models they had. All right, let me go into Waz's cave. So I didn't do all that for nothing. There's also the race. Is that here? Is this the N64 version? That's the only version I will accept. There is a remake, or there is a re-release of this game, which, you know, HD re-releases I have mixed feelings about, because I'm glad they re-released the game. When you have games just disappearing because the owners don't give a fuck about them, having like a version that's been partially meddled with is better than nothing. But I still think of it as meddling when you add high definition text and textures to everything. That doesn't really improve the game. It doesn't make it look much better. It actually becomes weird because it like clashes with the look of everything else. So like I'm not a big fan of it. But I won't, you know, I won't deny it if you want to play that version. Just would rather play this one because it's all of its not glory. No! This game and all of its not glory. Well, nothing with HD in it reminds me of the past or makes me feel nostalgic, so I feel like that's a failing if it doesn't make you feel nostalgic. I mean, it's also like there are people who have never played this game, so it's not even nostalgic for them. But as a person who remembers it in its original form, I feel like I insist that the original form is the real one, the pure one. Even if it's got mistakes, it's the purest version. Oh, you bumped into me. For the N64 Online features, I never really completed Majora's Mask or Ocarina of Time. Alright. I can't even get it as the walrus. I have to come back as Banjo. This sucks. Yeah, I mean, they used to add shit like this into games. It's like, that's not fair that they make you become a walrus, leave, come back as Banjo. It's just padding out the game, and you know, as much as I've been complaining about games from more recent eras, I think games are a little bit better about that shit. They don't do that anymore. They don't pad out the game in ridiculous ways, force you to do backtracking. They, you know, if there's places they want you to go more than once, then you'll do it on your own free will. You'll grab the blue transparent coins that are there and leave after, you know, you've been there once before. Fuck your freaking face. Fuck your freaking face. Fuck you face. Fuck you freaking face now. Fuck your face. Fuck you freaking face. I'm gonna fuck you Muzz now. Shut you up. Shut you up. Shut you up. Shut you up, huh? What's so funny? Don't make me laugh. Don't pull my leg. Be right back. What a marriage proposal. Don't make me laugh. 28 people watching this video. Watching video. Watching the Banjo-Kazooie. What are people saying? I think the music is key to a great Zelda more than anything. I need tips on erasing Super Mario from my brain. I mean, how could you erase Mario? He's fucking everywhere. Well, I don't know. It could happen. I feel like Angry Birds has left our collective consciousness. Where you know, I'm sure Angry Birds still makes a lot of money. I'm sure people still play it every day, but Angry Birds is no longer a constant thing. You know, like how we were talking about how scientific constants, you know, the things that are supposed to stay the same and not change, they change. The speed of light changes. Or, you know, that's maybe a pseudo-scientific conclusion, but it's still worth considering. Like, you know, what was another constant? When it comes to video games, what was a constant? We had Angry Birds. It was the biggest game ever because it was like a free game, or maybe it was like $1. It was a mobile game you had to have on your phone because it's the only fucking game there is. And like, you know, that eventually got replaced by, let's see, what came after that? What was the other annoying mobile game? Because I know Among Us, but what was in between them? I know there was something that was just every fucking way. I mean, there's lots of mobile games. There's like people play like Call of Duty on their phones. I feel like that was a big one. Just like some mobile version of Call of Duty was fucking everyone. Except that doesn't have the universal appeal that Angry Birds does. So I feel like there was something else I'm not thinking of. It's left our consciousness, and now I can't even fucking remember it. That's a beautiful feeling. Candy Crush, that was it. Flappy Bird, yep, that was another one. Helix Jump, that one I don't even know. I remember Doodle Jump. There's a lot of mobile games like that where it's basically just one button. Yeah. I remember playing a game called Threes. It was like, you know, this was a very long time ago. It was like 2010, 2011. And there's you know, a new card game It's kind of like a card game. It's a little bit like playing solitaire. It's fun. It's called threes, and the object of the game is to stack cards and like take numbers and like match them with other numbers. It's a really basic game. No. The object of the game is to multiply numbers. So you take two numbers that are the same number. If they're close enough, you can combine them to make a new number, and so forth. Then another game that was the exact same game called 2048 came out, and there was no music. You know, threes had like art direction. It had music. It had cute things. It had graphics. It had style to it, but the frame rate sucked. It was slow. It was really slow on my phone. And 2048 is a complete ripoff, just a clone of that game with no art, no music, and it was way bigger. Like, I'm pretty sure it like immediately eclipsed the success of the original game. Yeah, I don't know. Why am I even bringing that up? I guess I'm just trying to remember the history of smartphone games. It's not a particularly long history compared to like console games, but there are definitely forgotten things now, like Candy Crush. I somehow forgot that Candy Crush was a thing. I've played Candy Crush. It's the same as, and this was a thing for years, is like mobile games. Pretty much all mobile games that you're playing in the early 2010s exist in some form on albino black sheep. Something. Have you played Crash Bandicoot? Yeah, I loved Crash Bandicoot 2 when I was a kid. That one I've played over and over. That's like, you know, if PlayStation had a game that was comparable to this, it might be that one. It doesn't have like a tremendous hub world like this does, but it still had some funky hub world music in the little hub world, so that counts for something. Oh no! I need to find another painting. The old Shockwave days were wild. Dog dung burgers. Word bags. Rat sorbet. I don't know why I skip the first one every time. Tadpoles on toast.
It's actually pretty good. You should try it.
Oh, here's a note door I can go through. Duh. I've learned. Never know what she learned. All I wanted to do after school was play this. I love how the N64 textures were so low res that you need like a whole bunch of images just to make up a big image like this. Like, look how many. Look, is that where they got the idea for the jigsaw pieces? Because like, you have to make. See that? I mean, maybe it doesn't have to be this way. Maybe this is just one texture. It's still pretty low, even if it is made with multiple images. That dog sphinx. Funny. Good idea. Yeah, I like how there's a lot of exploration in this game. There's oh my god, not again. I'll talk to you later when I do this. like it's cool that it's not particularly linear. But I guess when they made Mario 64, they also realized that like you can make it a little bit linear. You know, need bigger and bigger, need higher amounts of puzzle pieces for bigger and bigger paintings, but other than that, there is a bit of freedom where you can sort of choose your experience and choose what path you take. Like Star Fox. I mean, that was almost like choosing your own difficulty, right? I guess a lot of games had stuff like that back in the day. Just like easy, medium, or hard. And then when they realized that that was getting in the way of the narrative, they just like tried to cover it up with stuff. Like you could just choose the difficult path. Is that Sphinx Goofy from the hit movie Goofy? You've activated a magic cauldron! Good for you! The way I came from? Yeah, I think the way I wanna... The way to progress is through Grunty's mouth. This way is the way I need to go now. Bumpa-dumpa-dumpa-dungus. And fuck this shit. I hate wearing the boots. I have to go all the way over here for them. But I suppose something I didn't realize until now is that a lot of these stages, like almost all of them, if not every single one of them, not the first one or the second one. No. Okay, well fuck it then. Take damage. Yeah, like almost all these stages are they have something like this quicksand as, or not quicksand, it doesn't drown you, it just stings you. They have something like that in all of these levels except for like the first one. Second level had the shark, so that's your version of that. Like when a game does that in every level, that's when you gotta realize, start putting together the pieces, putting the jiggies together on that, and realizing it's actually part of the level's formula. So like if you keep thinking about what would make a level, it's like it's a volcano, there's lava you don't want to touch. Oops. Yeah, you can't grab onto ledges in this game. They added that in the sequel. So interesting, boss. They added that in the sequel. Banjo-Kazooie. It's a real shame what happened to the Banjo series, boss. Papa Booey, Banjo-Kazooie. Papa Booey, Papa Tooey. So why is it impossible to make this now? It's like, maybe not impossible, but I guess like, I don't know. The original players all grew up. And now to give them a new game is just to feed a extremely greedy player who already has too high of an expectation. It's like, are we really expecting the, like, 60-year-olds to entertain us 30-year-olds now? It should be, we should be the entertainers now. We should be making our own shit. And yeah, I guess there's games like this, but I feel like in general they've kind of gone out of fashion. And if something is not profitable, then Big doesn't give a shit about it. You know, like, Angry Birds is the new Banjo-Kazooie. Like, Kazooie was an angry bird. It's the same thing. Like, they'll try to insist that because everybody, you know, everybody meaning 4 assholes instead of 3 assholes, everybody wants this kind of game. So you, a fan of that kind of game, will go along with it. You will fall in line. You will accept it. Like, this is why I just play old games, because for one thing, they will never change on you. I'm too scared of that shit now. That, like, you know, you're gonna turn on the new Mario game and he's gonna be green and be like, oh yeah. Like, what are you talking about? This is Mario. Oh yeah, it's me. Oh, I'm the same. And then, like, people literally point to literally evidence that Mario was always green. Or some shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I'm worried about that. I'm scared of that happening. Watching something and it just goes and changes on you. It's like, yeah, sorry, but the creator of this thing you liked has gone on a mental health spiral, and now all they think about is themselves and how they're perceived and their own influence. And it's literally all they do all day is think about how they could be doing better and being a better example for everyone who follows them, who are really nothing but tiny mewing kittens and cannot even breathe without assistance. So if, you know, if you breathe, they will be sure to see, to hear, and to make judgments about your breathing method and style. It's like, I can't believe you said something that fucking racist. Like, don't you realize that we're all fucking wimps? I, a 36-year-old, expect all the 70-year-olds to get back to work, and also they have to have the same level of quality, and they have to keep up the same exact feelings and thoughts that originally went into making it. Also, they have to be people from that time, but not in the racist way. I don't want them to be prejudiced or even appear prejudiced. And if they do, and now that they have done something to make the worst person I have ever met pretend that they have done something prejudiced, I hate them, and I wish for their immediate destruction. Well, you know, like, what's an example? Like, Mel Brooks has women in his movies that are performing the role of objects. Oh no. Dare I say it? Say it isn't so. Someone somewhere has objectified women. It's like, it's okay. it's chill out. It's alright. It's actually okay that someone somewhere, somewhen in the fucking past was less than up to the standards of 2020's social media losers. It's like, no, I'm so conflicted. I'm so conflicted. I'm so sorry that I said I loved Mel Brooks when in actuality he's just as bad as Mel Gibson. No, those people need to be, you know, maybe not thrown into a death camp, but they need to be thrown into a Minecraft death camp, because we can't allow that type of thinking to be changing our decisions, influencing our morals, really. Like, you don't actually feel bad if you apologize for something. You're just trying to throw off people that you hate and think are idiots. And I don't blame you for hating them, but don't apologize to people you hate. Don't apologize to people that you're just exploiting. You know, like, are you going to apologize to your food when you're eating it? Nah, you're going to be thanking the Lord or whatever you do, whatever you personally do. It's like, it's one thing to do better. It's another thing to talk about how you're doing better. I'm going to do better. I'm going to be able to predict when people will be mad at me instead of doing something confidently and then people get mad at me. Because I realize now that confidence is just a few steps away from genocide. Confidence is basically cruelty. Confidence is one hair away from cruelty. And God, they really have to make this so stressful. And it's like, when people say something prejudiced because they're 70, there's no forgiveness for that. There's absolutely no understanding, no level of, like, you know, seeing them as a person. This is just how the internet treats people. It makes you more able to dehumanize others. Like, you said something racist or sexist. Now you're not even a person. But like, that doesn't make me feel good. Be it, you know, if like, it doesn't make me feel good about pretending to be a good person around those people, because they're just going to attack anyone who they used to think was good, which is you now. I'm sorry, that was a very roundabout way of trying to say. What I was trying to say is, there is a fake peace between you and the people who want to cancel you but haven't found a way to. They don't care whether you live or die. They're crack addicts. They're dopamine junkies. They want the rush, and then they want death. They want destruction and negativity. They are just perverts who are gasming in front of you when they're like, I can't believe he did that. Oh, they might as well be gasming like that. like, oh, I can't believe it. It's so disappointing. Oh. Don't listen to people who talk like that. Like they're just addicts. I feel like people are slowly breaking out of their addictions, which I suppose I'm proud of them. Very proud of people, whoever the fuck they may be. I'm proud that they have the ability to change. And I think if you do believe people have the ability to change, then that'll make it easier for it to happen. The only thing is, you have to be able to separate excuses for people's actions from genuine forgiveness. You know, like, that's where a lot of people get confused, I think. Like, you can forgive someone without telling them you forgive them, because you don't want them to hear that. Could get in the way of you forgiving them. Like, they might get confused and think that what they did wasn't so bad. But that's not what forgiveness is about. Forgiveness is about moving on and not letting it overwhelm you anymore. Forgiveness is about treating yourself kinder, not treating them kinder. And it is about seeing them as human, whether that's a good or a bad thing. You now see them as a human and not as like some target. I'm never really paying attention. This one. You got it right! Congratulations! That's what Banjo would be like if it was me today. Where'd this one? Where'd this? There we go. It's like, you know, I feel like there was a lot of terrible excuses 2016 made by like, oh no, we ran out of time. You know, like you can't be like, you know, it's hard to forgive somebody who you disagree with fundamentally. It's hard to feel like you forgive them. You know, back in 2016, I feel like everybody was just, I actually died. Oh no, I lived, but they just warped me back here. Like 2016, we were never more in hate with each other over like differing opinions, to the point where we didn't even want to hear anyone give their opinion because everything is just like from the bargain bin anyway. But I think maybe this election won't suck as much, just because people have cooled off a little. We're a little more respectful now, I think. Like, you know, I have more respect for Trump supporters than I did before. They just want change, like everybody. Not everybody is a, you know, back then we didn't realize this, but not everybody is a scholar on all the terrible things he said. And even then, like, when they, you know, when they make excuses, it's annoying, but like, you can sort of forgive them. You know, not their actions, but them. I think we all have said cringe. We've all posted cringe the past 10 years, and it's sad. And it's so sad. He posted cringe and he lost a subscriber, and it's so sad. But like, we actually can live with this world now, as opposed to before, where it felt like the tech companies really had us by the balls. They really were able to control our emotions, and just taking that back is taking back a tremendous amount of power. Like, not even funny. You can't allow that to control how you feel. It's not the mature thing to do. but it makes money, so they got us. Got us again. They'll get us again next time, but important thing is that we can still respect ourselves after we've made mistakes. I don't disrespect myself. I, sometimes lose my confidence, but I feel like I wouldn't be alive if I didn't have a little bit of if I didn't, have a little feeling that I am deserving. I'm not a total waste. That's what people want you to think when they're mad at you, but even they don't mean it, because they would start crying if you said the exact same thing to them. It's like, I didn't mean it. That hurts so much. Like, I also think Trump supporters are maybe a little less afraid of everyone else this time. They're before you would see Trump flag rolling down in a pickup truck. Nowadays, you'll see people actually wearing the hat. I mean, there's probably still not too many stickers, but look, I can't blame them for having actual enthusiasm about a candidate. There's literally none of that on the Democrat side. There's just like, it's just such a fucking misery. And I think it's possible that he could be president again just because we've kind of forgotten how mad we were during COVID at this point. I mean, I would never accept him as president, but also I'm not going to argue with Trump supporters. They're fine. They have just as much right to live, and I just don't agree. I think it was the biggest like shitty ad for social media of all time to have this idea that the political parties are enemies that are trying to destroy each other. And that lack of respect actually made everybody less respectable. Like, the more respect you give people, the more you get. It's possible that Trump will lose all his respect because he's like that. And it's also possible he'll change and gain respect. I mean, he hasn't stopped with the conspiracy theories. He hasn't stopped with the lies. He hasn't stopped with the bullshit, and he's incompetent. He's a criminal. All of this has been beaten to death too. Like, we know all this shit. So yeah, we already know he's not a good president. But I do think he's maybe mellowed out just like a few percentage points since getting shot at. I'm loving this rant. Yeah. I'm just sick and tired of being mad. I can't be mad at the people who make my sandwiches. But I also don't think that there is any power imbalance between me and the people who make my sandwiches. You make my sandwich, I give you $15, we're both happy. I mean, we're both miserable, but this is still something that works out. It works for us. Where am I going next? Right wing. Was that a right wing? Right wing. Right wings. Make my wings right wing. No, I mean, actually not even. I feel like it doesn't even really matter what your class is. Could be either. Support whoever. I mean, there's still political people that I will never engage with because I don't respect anything that comes out of their mouth. People who are downright batshit don't deserve your time, and I think before, when faced with those people, the idea of how to deal with them was to fight them, was to make an example of them, was to even make it your mission to think about them all the time, which is totally weird now, but it when you're addicted to dopamine rushes, it's what you want, it's what you think is right, what you think is rewarding, and what's rewarding must be good. But actually, what you should do is ignore them. You should just respectfully walk away. And yes, you should be respectful. It doesn't mean you have to shake their hand. It just means you leave without saying anything nasty. You allow whatever dumb shit got into them to naturally leave by just leaving them be. You know, we got this idea at some point that everyone's an influencer. I need to point at what this bad influencer is saying and correct them so that people will listen to the good influencer. Like, nobody's a good influencer. It's like a good guy with a gun. If you want to have opinions, that's fine. I don't actually think everything you say is wildly influential. Even if you have millions of followers, that doesn't mean people are, like, listening to everything you say. Sometimes your own followers just ignore you. Sometimes they think you're an idiot. Sometimes they make fun of you. They can think for themselves. Where'd this idea come from that they can't? Oh wait, I know. It's when 90% of your followers are bots and they rely on your training. That's when they can't think for themselves. But actually, people are not that dumb. We just want to think they are so that we can get a little dopamine rush out of it. People are that dumb. Oh. No more gasming in public. That's perverted shit. Being like, you have to look at this. It's so important. The Republicans are outraising us. He literally said sexism. Like, you can acknowledge all those things and you can oppose them, but there's something really weird about people who are like kicking puppies. Like those are the child molesters. It's also I think also a lot of people with autism who don't understand society, and they actually need it to be hammered in, and that's just kind of sad that people live in society without having really any respect for it. They only just like go along with whatever. If they don't go along with it, will result in pain. That's not a real culture. That's not a civilization. That's not a society. That's not a people. We are broken if we are doing that. You're Hillary Clinton if you're like that. I'm up for whatever. It'd certainly not be up for whatever. It's like, you don't have a vision for this country? You're up for whatever? Okay. Obviously, I want you to be president more than anyone. Stupid. And guess who got fucking blamed for her sucking and failing and losing as badly as she did? I got blamed for that. The Birdie Bros were blamed for that. Well, now all those Hillary supporters are dead. So, doesn't matter. Shoeses. I want the shoeses. Go up on the hill, get the shoesums. I want the shoesel. This part is so hard, and they make you watch the cutscene and then force you to stop moving. Like, I could probably do it without getting the notes, but since I'm getting the notes, I'm definitely gonna fail. So hard. Look! Look, it's not fair! What was I saying? Oh yeah, that I'm a Republican now. No, I'm a fucking Republican. Just that I no longer make tweets about how Republicans don't exist and we should act like they're not even human. Right, because that's just furthering the division and causing everybody to get at each other's throats even more. And for who? For what? For Elon Musk? For some rich cocksucker? Not worth it. It's like throwing $1 million into the fire. But now I'm thinking about people I used to want dead and hoping for them to recover now. Because I think I've recovered. Funnier, Trump or Biden? Oh man. That is a tough one. Decision 2024. That really is a tough one though, because they're very funny in their own way. Kamala's not funny enough. Maybe that's why she's not gonna win. I mean, but well, Hillary was funny, but she's funnier as a loser. She's funnier having lost. That makes her much funnier. So she couldn't be funny and the president. Trump losing was also funny, but I feel like would him winning now be funny? I'm not sure. I feel like we've accepted it too much for it to be funny or shocking. I mean, you know, if Trump is president, whatever. We've been there and done that. We're not like stuck in that. We're not like stuck in a loop of disbelief. It's like, oh, I can't believe Donald Trump had sex with a chicken. And like, who cares? Like, he's president, and he fucked a chicken. It's like, that's how it feels when it's like, I can't believe Donald Trump is president, or I can't believe Donald Trump became president. It's like, whatever, doesn't even matter. It's like, I can't believe Donald Trump fucked a chicken. Like, wow, he fucked a chicken? Cool, moves on with life. I mean, you know, a part of me does think somebody should shoot him in the head. But I also think he should survive. I want him to live if he gets shot, so he can get shot again. I want him to be in a perpetual cycle of getting shot, but like he gets shot sooner each time until it's just thousands of machine guns constantly shooting at him and all missing. That would be so funny. I mean, yeah, like him getting shot in the head and killed. I don't know if that would be funny. It's only funny if he lives. I don't know if you can really say he got shot in the head. It was his ear. But for it being funny's sake, you could say he got shot in the head. Hear this? This is another symptom of the collectathon where they don't exactly let you know where you've been, so you're kind of fucked. Biden ice cream is the show winner for me. I love that video that CNN posted. Well, yeah, like, what's the funniest political meme you can think of, and who's in it? Because, like, you know, there's plenty of memes. There's a meme about every politician. There's wide Putin is a big one. There's Obama kicking a door open. There's like Kamala might be in trouble if there's no memes about her. Whether you like or dislike her, the memes are kind of pushing the cart, or pulling the cart. Then Trump, I think, has not been the same on the meme front lately. Like the way he was in 2016 is different now. So I don't know if he has the same edge, the same advantage. And nobody's posting green Pepe Trump anymore. There was a time though where that was like the funniest thing ever. I mean, there was a time where calling him a Cheeto was the funniest thing ever, and it quickly became the least funniest thing ever. Like, the first person to do it probably was really proud of themselves. But then what? They couldn't form an identity on that one joke. They couldn't be like, remember the funny Trump is Peppy? It's like, yeah, we've seen it 100 million times. Like, what memes are driving this election this time? Probably just like, I mean, you know, I think a part of where they've lost an advantage is they can only point to what Biden did wrong. They can't point to why Trump is a winner. They can only point to why Biden's a loser. And you know, you did both back during Hillary, but Hillary didn't even have the same issues Biden has. Not that Biden's in the race anymore, but don't tell him that. I know what race I am. I'm black. You ain't black, man. I know. I'll tell you who's black and who's not. I have a black friend. He said I could say the N-word. I'm not gonna say it. I said it already today. But yeah, it felt for a little while like Biden was winning because the memes were funnier, but it certainly isn't enough when he can barely speak during a debate. So they're like, now Kamala's the prime minister. Now she's the nominee, the Democrat. Like, nothing democratic about the process. Like, Speaking of memes, this isn't an internet meme, but it's the same stupid bullshit. It's just the real life version. Like, I'm walking down the street and like I see a poster that says something about communism. Like, communism? Get organized. And you know, you see that once, you walk past it. It's a place I see often, so I walk past it all the time. And every time I walk past it, there's something different. It's like part of the poster has been ripped off now of the pro-communist poster. Now, part of the poster has been ripped off. I walked past it a few days later. Now it has pencil scribbling all over it, saying, communism has never worked. And it's ripped even more. And now you walk past the poster, and all of that stupid shit has been ripped off. So this is the three political parties. The we want communism, the we don't want communism, and the shut up all of you. And I think shut up all of you is going to be the one that wins. Nobody cares about, nobody believes we can make change in a fundamentally broken system anymore. That's why there's no organizing for communism. And communism is just like an overshoot anyway. It's going so far because we feel like that's the disproportionate solution that this situation requires. You know, just like with Republicans, they feel like we need a disproportionate response to the last 8 years. With Obama, we need Trump. So yeah, disproportionate response to the just like endless sucking, shitty, terrible, gay, retarded, pointless endeavor of endless growth and wealth. The capitalism that sucks you dry. The shit that fucking sucks so much is just objectively bad. Needs a disproportionate response, which is, I don't know, giving the families of former slaves recompense or something. That's another example of a disproportionate response. It's like there was never any reparations for slavery. So if we ever do get them, they have to be way too much money, right? We need to factor in all the, like, everything we owe. We need to give all that shit back. Now, if we got reparations for slavery, and they weren't a completely ridiculous amount, people would be mad. And I guess I feel like people would rather have nothing than not enough, than a modest amount. Rather have nothing, which I mean, there were reparations for the Holocaust, so why not slavery? What are the reparations not good enough so that they never happen? Like, I don't know what's worse. Like, yeah, you get reparations. I mean, you know, you can't do the same kind of reparations for the Holocaust as for slavery, because all those people are dead. Like, they were only giving reparations to the people while they were still alive. I don't think the families get anything. But yeah, I love that I could just talk about reparations for slavery on my stream and not have anybody sea lioning. No gish galloping. Like, but what about this? And, you know, I could call things gay and retarded on my own private stream that nobody fucking watches. Bro fell off. Well, yeah, like, by nobody, I mean people, only the people I care about. only the people who at least have enough patience to know what I'm really all about. You know, like when somebody gets canceled for tweets or some shit, it's because that person's morals have been called into question. And, well, I would hope that you don't actually develop any relationships with content creators that are so personal that you feel like they need to have the squeaky cleanest morals. But at the same time, I feel like my morals are probably good enough for living in a society and being treated with an amount of respect. I don't think saying shit is retarded and fuck you, you're gay. Get lost, faggot. Well, no, I actually don't call people that. I think that's wrong. But I don't know. Some people are. I call them behind their back. It matters though if you say it behind their back that in a way that they're not meant to hear it, because you actually care about them a little. You don't want them to be hurt by what you say about them. I think your funniest project is literally H-word. Yeah, I hate when people go like, people say like die with an asterisk. Like, what is the person? Who is it that you're trying to protect from reality by censoring the word die? Who is the person? Because you know 3-year-olds should not be using the internet. What are you saying that we should expect it anyway, despite what we think? Great. It's only been 25, 30 years of the web, and we're already in the fucking Matrix. I mean, you know, I was a kid on the internet, but it was the Wild West back then. People didn't know what was really out there. You know, you find out later from TV shows, from TV news, that they're predators trying to meet up with your kids online. You don't see that in like the advertisement for the computer you're buying. Okay, now I have those shoesums, so let's see if I can run. I can do this. You know, I feel like there's also probably even more safe places for children online than there were when I was a kid. We had what was it? Kids only? I mean, I'm sure most of those were not kids. Most of those people I was interacting with were not kids. But, you know, I was just looking up Banjo-Kazooie tips and tricks. Nothing else. My god, you can't make a single mistake with this fucking shit. Oh, guess I lucked out there. Now what? Alright. Anyway, what are people saying? How dare you say things? Brr. How dare you? I was actually supposed to hit the switch in there and didn't, so no jiggy for me. There were 18 people in the Civil War that were alive to see World War I. Like, there were 18 soldiers that fought in both. Like a 70-year-old guy. Anyway, what were we talking about? Hitler during .footfish is the best punchline anyone could come up with. Thank you. Thank you. Go Dran has gone woke. Yeah, I've gone woke. I've changed it on you. I'm nice now. Nothing in my work is even a little bit edgy or offensive or individual. There's nothing individual about what I make. And yet, making something good and making something, like, offensive are completely different things. It's just that I think when you dare to be offensive, you risk something, and it's sometimes worth it. But I also think, like, there's offensive and then there's offensive. There's like, well, that was pretty funny, if a bit offensive. And then there's, well, that wasn't even funny. That was just propaganda. That was just hate. And, you know, there is a lot of that. But you don't have to treat hate with the gravity that treated with. Hate by itself isn't always destructive. Sometimes it's just an emotion. And, you know, when people post hatred online, they're like the laziest, boredest, most unintelligent people. Hate people. It's like, shut up, and then they run away as fast as they can. except if it's like 4chan where they're like, I made you mad. Or it's like, actually, the whole point of me saying this was to make you specifically mad. Whereas you failed. I have succeeded. I need the painting. Look, fuck you. Oh wait, no, I already got it. But yeah, like, I think if you have more than one brain cell, you're allowed to make things that are offensive. You're not allowed to do it if you're literally an idiot. You're literally a village fucking idiot who is not even a person but an AI. That's the line. But yeah, then people are assumed to be AI. They're treated like AI. They really shouldn't be treated like people. I guess maybe that's why more than ever we need to be respectful towards each other, because when you're talking to someone and you don't even know if they're a person or a bot, there's a chance that they feel literally nothing from this interaction, come away completely unchanged, and if that's the case, then you should just be like, gentlemen, and excuse yourself from you know, doesn't mean you shouldn't have arguments or debates. I feel like dialogue is a good thing. It's just that if you can detect something is a machine, or you know, part of the Twitter machine to keep conversations never ending, then you must assume the bot nature of the person you're talking to. And even if they're a person, they're acting like a bot because they've been groomed. They've been what's the word? They've been teased like hair by the algorithm to do a certain thing. And feel a certain way, and make a certain type of posting. You know, like it's hard to take any post like that. Like you know, it's hard to take any serious post serious anymore because those people are following an algorithmic formula just like everyone else. Joke's on them, I was only pretending. Yeah, I wasn't racist, I was actually a comedic genius. But yeah, like, you know, those people shouldn't be given more focus, because then we just put them on top. We put them at highest priority. And for what? It's all done so that, you know, supposedly good, moral, liberal, whatever have you people can feel aggrieved. They can feel like they can feel superior. And Republicans have been so sick of that for like 20 years. How many like animated sitcoms were like, haha, jokes about Republicans. Republicans are dumb, you know, probably a disproportionate response to George W. Bush. It was really fucking dumb. But like, it did feel like for you know, not just since 2016 with Trump, but for many years, it's been socially unacceptable to be a Republican. And well, while I can't agree with pretty much anything they vote on, I also think that, like, if you were a person and not just a Republican, then you still deserve respect. The Republican in you doesn't because of the stupid shit you vote for. But you know, everybody does stupid shit. It's not an excuse to dehumanize and to try to put them in their place constantly, because it backfired. It's like, if you lose respect for everybody, then you're going to also lose respect for yourself. And that's what it is to argue with a bot. To argue with like a bot that has no actual life or soul is to have no respect for yourself. Right? Because you're really just trying to win a fake argument. It's like a really just completely fake argument now, because it's a bot interaction that no human besides you is even going to witness. Yeah, shut up. This guy also have rubber banding? Because I feel like the faster I ran from him, the quicker he got. Anyway, what was I saying? that whatever happens, whoever becomes president, I'm not going to lose respect for everybody. I'm not going to disrespect everybody. I'm not going to be like, fuck Republicans, this is your fault, fuck Democrats, you caused this, you're all wusses, blah blah blah. Because it's, I don't know. You have to stop shifting blame for your own bad feelings and take responsibility for them. And once you do, you'll actually stop having them. Like it's not some guy with blonde hair who makes my sandwiches that's ruining my life. It's not external forces. It is hard to believe, but it's true. And we've all been convinced otherwise by social media and you know, these miserable, what do you call it? It's like, you know, doom scrolling, like misery mining or whatever. Like we mine people's bad feelings out of them and monetize it. It's all in the interest of making money. But also I think distracting people so that they can't build their own destinies. They can't do enough in their lives to actually change anything if they're constantly distracted. That goes for political stuff and creative stuff, and even just like stuff that has nothing to do with anyone else. Is just all about your life. You're wasting it in front of the screen. Sadness sucking, yeah, that's a good one. Sadness sucking, because the sadness is like, you know, everybody makes money off of trading something. Some people trade their skill. You know, some people can juggle. Not that you get paid for that or anything, but like, people have skills. Some people can draw pictures of houses. Other people can blow up houses. You know, whatever your skill is. And then there's resources. You could trade skills for resources, like gold, like money, like diamonds. But like, what is the resource here? What is the skill? The skill is misery and the resource is sadness. Or I suppose the most potent resource is anger, because it feels like we're living in an outrage era. It doesn't matter what your beliefs are anymore. Outrage is on the menu for you. Like, it's every second. Like, did you hear? What? What did I hear? That they're... No. Making... No! No, don't say it! Remake. No! Of... No! Bad... And then I just blow my brains out. It's so easy to get, even now, it would be remarkably easy to get me into that state for long enough to make a few bucks off of it, right? Like, wow, Banjo, remember that? And I'll be like, ooh, like I'll turn into Yosemite Sam for long enough for me to blow up. Where is that? Oh, where's this big door? I always have this issue. You know, like Zelda fixed that, where they have the camera actually move so that you can see where it is. Here we go. No! Alright. Hey, what was I talking about? Get already. Everything's bad now. I don't actually think that. I think now will always be the best time to do anything. Because it's literally the only time you can ever do anything. I think there was supposed to be a secret egg in that one that you can't open. All of Banjo's fur. Look at Banjo's fingernails. The backpack has real stitches. Right. I was probably complaining about a non-existent Banjo-Kazooie remake that drives me simply insane with its aesthetic choices. Which I know is inevitable, so maybe it won't be so bad when it happens. And it's like, there is absolutely no pleasing me. If they release this game in this aspect ratio with that text, and you could do like a CRT filter, I'll probably buy it. I'll actually buy that, probably. I'm so against buying games. But I would buy it just to like try and like train them like dogs to, it's like, you did something good. You get a cookie. But yeah, that would betray all the stupid shit that they think of as conventional wisdom. Like, more polygons equals better. I don't buy it. I hope I never do. I think at some point when I was younger, I probably felt that way. Like, oh man, oh yes. It's like 2008 and people are saying, oh yes, they're gonna remake Bugundipus. Finally, after all these years. Buying games? I thought people don't own games anymore. Yeah. What I really meant to say was I would pay for it, not buy it. Buying implies that you get it, and it actually belongs to you. Of course it belongs to me. I bought it. Of course it's fine to play a ROM of a game you already fucking bought. Don't be ridiculous. Don't make shit up. Stop giving the ugly corporations more ugly power. Guy also rhymes. Theme up their terms to remind you that buying isn't owning, so pirating isn't stealing anymore. Pirating was never stealing. How is that stealing? We're talking about companies that have more money than God. They're just simply greedy. If they actually needed money, they would pull themselves up by their fucking bootstraps and make something actually good. They don't deserve the right to sell a game again after all these years. Especially when the last few decades of their history has just been like fuck-ups and bullshit. Well, I don't know about Sea of Thieves. That one might actually be good. But Rare made a bunch of mistakes, including wait, what's the word? Not the least of which, I don't know. I never used that phrase. The worst one probably being that they were sold to Microsoft. What were they thinking? Oh wait, I actually learned that finally. I know what they were thinking. AVGN should do a series called What Were They Thinking, where he interviews people who made shitty games and find out what they were thinking. Well, there is an intrigue to actually finding that out. When, you know, when I was like, I don't know, 13, 14, maybe a little older, I was like, what happened? What happened? Why did they sell Rare? And it's like, because, I mean, you're asking what happened while playing Star Fox Adventures and thinking like there's no correlation between these things. Do you like Markiplier? I am Markiplier. I don't know who that is. You like Jacksepticeye? I mean, sounds like you should get that checked out. I don't give a shit about people like that. Like, I could and do that. I could do that. Like, I look at those guys and think, I could do that. What I can't do is make millions of dollars off of it. But who the hell wants that anyway? You want to be known as the guy who plays video games and screams? Nah, I'll do that shit for free, thank you. I mean, it's not actually for free, but like, it's for like $5 an hour. Not even. I've been playing for 4 hours. I got $5. So it's really like $1 an hour. Oh my god, this stupid stage is so confusing. So lost. Ah! Yeah, see, Markiplier does this, and I think it's fun to be on this end, but there's nothing fun about watching that. Sorry to the 29 people who think there's something fun about this stream, but yes, I'm criticizing my own stream for being stupid. Well, no, it's not stupid. It's just like, why is that your job? Why does that make you millions of dollars? Go fuck yourself. In fact, I'm getting tired. I might end this soon so I can get something to eat. But before I do, let me just finish up the stage. This character is named Tumblr, which has nothing to do with the website Tumblr. Oh, good one. Oh, that's a killer. I'm dead. I actually always die here. I'm dead. Fucked. No! Oh, he actually doesn't. He's not actually on the. Alright. Oh well. I guess that's the end of this stream. Look. Anyway, what was I talking about? I was talking about lots of shit. Shirley here to listen to your rant. I'll finish my coffee and then get going. So in conclusion, cats are better than dogs. Mets are better than Yankees. No, I mean none of that shit. It's that's the old me. I'm happy to move on and not use the internet as a way to like try and ruin people's day. There's too much of that. There's just simply too many people on the internet doing that. God, I have to become a pump. Let me go. Do I have the? Yeah, I have the tokens. Go and become a pumpkin so I can get the next stage open. I got a queso pizza. I hope it doesn't suck. What does that mean? Queso pizza? It's like queso, like liquid cheese, like sort of whipped cheese. Sounds awful. That sounds like it sucks. Like pizza with cheese that's gooey instead of stretchy. I mean, no, if you're vegan, that's all you have. Queso is the Mexican spice cheese. Oh, I see. So it's spice cheese. I thought queso just meant cheese. Has cheese and queso as the sauce. I see. So you dip it in the sauce. I don't eat pizza with a sauce. I feel like it needs to be perfect already. Also, I am a double dipper, and that pisses me off when I'm around other people and I can't double dip. Like, if it were me, I would just drink, if I was alone, which I often am, I would just drink the marinara sauce and burn the entirety of my mouth and throat. Fucking worth it. Thug. It's the good. It's thug. It's the. Woo! Wee! Alright, so there was. Oh wait, I actually have to go back. Yeah, this is the bullshittery of this game. You actually have to be Banjo-Kazooie to open the gate, and then you need to be the pumpkin. So if you remember what you're supposed to do, then fuck you. Something I can do. That is just assholery. Well, actually, this is not that bad of a design. I gotta say, this isn't that bad because you see this and now you realize it's a puzzle. You know, there was the first step was becoming a pumpkin so you can see that it exists, and now you must use your brain. Like if I can only get up there. But the having to go back and fetch something, you know, go back to be the bear just so you could for 1 second. That pisses off the ADHD. because it totally distracts me, throws me off completely. I have no idea where I'm going. All right, now I'm on the right track. Like they did it again. They put a fucking gate in the way, so that I had to figure out another path. This isn't even correct. If I get killed, am I still a pumpkin? Okay, this was the one time they were nice, but it's only because you can't even get to Mumbo if you don't do that. And then the only other way to turn back into a bear is to walk all the way out of the stage. Need Adderall to play this. Yeah, well, maybe that's why I need coffee. My mouth is going like a fucking motor. I'm the same way, except instead of double dipping, it's not being allowed to masturbate whenever I want. Wherever I want. Oh, wherever you want. I want you to masturbate wherever you want. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, rightfully, you should be. But, you know, we have faux pas like that are so much less taboo than whipping your dick out and stroking it. Like double dipping. And you know, I suppose there is a bit of eating bacteria, even alone, because, like, you know, let's say you're eating a bowl of cereal and you put the spoon into your mouth and then back into the bowl. That's spreading some germs, but only to yourself. So, you know, I'm alone so often that when I'm double dipping, it's not really unsanitary to anyone else. But then I'm around people. It's like, now they're gonna see me do it. But I still think it's not that unsanitary to double dip. Maybe it is when I do it, because I would do it like 7 times. You just eat every crumb of a breadstick by just don't dip every single half inch of a breadstick into the sauce and bite it like a tiny bit at a time. Shut up your face. Yeah, like, I just spent like the last 15 minutes backtracking. So yeah, but I still think it's better than the game changing on you. I would rather this shittiness that never changes. But because you can never learn anything from your mistakes if you try to act like they didn't exist. Right? Like, if you just give this game to a kid or like a 20-year-old who's never played it, and it's like an updated version where everything's fixed, they're gonna assume that was what was like back then, and they're not gonna know which things were changed. The only people who know that shit are the oldies like me. The old mo's. Oh, but anyway, let me drain the water and open up the next stage, and then I'll get out of here. Like, raise the water, whatever. I don't remember. Who cares? What's that? Oh yeah, that's Toy Story. It's like, his name is Buzz Lightyear. Who cares? plunges entire hand into sauce. I mean, I've stuck my entire tongue and mouth into those things. And like, it's like you try to drink it, but it's too viscous, so you have to stick your entire face into it. Oh yeah, you can go up this way. Did I really never make it inside? Oh god, I suck. Oh no, I suck at video games. You think? Oh, no shit, Sherlock. Oh man. Oh, mamma mia. Oh, I fell. I'm very bad. That's a good who cares. It's up there with Eustace's. Who cares? Wait. 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 Where's Eustace? That one. That one needs to be echoey. Falling into the vortex void. I'm not gonna bother with the notes. But they are hard to ignore. They're gold. They're gold and note-shaped. Yeah, like, this is not fun. This backtracking. Oh, well, actually, that's not a pumpkin-sized hole. Never mind. But I do have to get up there as a pumpkin so that I can get on top of the hedge, so that I can do the thing, so I can do the thing, so I can do the thing, so I can do the thing. There's quite a lot of that in this game. When it really should be just like a little more freeform. You should just be able to skip sections of the game. Yeah, I don't know. That's the kind of quality of life upgrades I think would be good. Not necessarily like making the game easier. It doesn't. I think this game is actually a good difficulty. I've been having fun, like with the shark. It's like, he's gonna get you. He'll get you. Oh man, why did I take that leap of faith? Where am I supposed to? I shouldn't supposed to be doing anything. You're not supposed to be doing anything in this life. There are things you should do, but nothing you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to. Yeah, whatever. Not supposed to. Well, yeah, because that just means you've let somebody else live your life for you. You're doing what you're supposed to do. I feel like growing up, becoming an adult, I realized that there are a lot of things I didn't want to do that I should do and will do now. But there was also a lot of things that were bullshit and you're just supposed to do them. And I feel like the pain of childhood is that you can't really tell the difference until you get like 25 or something. You can't really tell the difference between anything that doing something that's actually valuable to you and something that's just like literally pointless and routine and nothing. Sound Biden made when he dropped out. Something you need to do rather than actually important. Yeah. You're supposed to talk to the guy, then sign the paper. I hate anything that involves signing papers. Will not do something because there's a paper involved. That I would like to get over, because many great things are had once you just like sign the paper. Find the paper. Get the papers. I'm the dog that gets the paper. I don't know. Forms and official shit freak me out. Especially since, like, I see us as like animals, and I feel like paperwork is a way for us to not believe in the fact that we're animals. It's a arrogant attempt to act like we're better than animals, or something. Paperwork and taxes are important. I mean, I get why they're done. No, you should do them, but there's also a lot of bullshit that people just think they have to do. You don't have to be successful. You don't have to be successful even. Oh yeah, and then they make you turn back into a pumpkin. You can't even just like destroy the door on your way out. Yeah, we're almost at the end of this stream. Anything else I want to talk about before it's over? Summarize some of the things we've been talking about. Respect for everyone, even people you don't like, even people who do terrible things, because you can't allow it to drag you down. Lose respect for yourself. Hey, not what I wanted. Respect nobody. Science isn't real. Joe swears at a children's game. Double dipping. Fuck it. I'm gonna forget all this shit by the next time I play. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chris got pizza also. Are you speaking in the third person? Or are you not Chris? Can I just like die here? It'll probably just put me back right there if I do that. I'm no longer Chris. You can call me Slade. Kisses your wrist. Yeah, like it is hard to respect people online because for one thing there's a level of separation. Well, you know, people have kind of evolved in like their social interactions a lot ever since like Google started to be a thing. Because now when somebody doesn't know something, they don't even pretend like they don't know it. They pretend they do know it. They don't say like, what's it called? How's it go? Feed. They just look it up and act like they know it. So like talking to a bot is similar to that in some ways. You don't have to be nice to a bot, but if you respect a bot, you will probably, since there's no other human there, the only one being respected will be you. So it's not a bad idea to show respect and give dignity to someone who's not making sense and might not even be human. It's just when you try to paint them as the #1 thing causing all the problems in your life is when the problems really start to feel real. And, you know, they probably want that because Republicans don't know any other way to win elections than doing that. So, by being an extremely frustrating person online, you can trick other people into abandoning their own self-respect. I know a guy, and the guy is just Google. Yeah, right. Yeah, people are all extremely learned on every topic, especially all the esoteric knowledge that's based on a 4chan post is based on nothing. Anyway, suppose that's the end. Boy, oh boy. Do I love drowning in Banjo-Kazooie. I suppose it's the end. Yeah. There's my coffee. Yeah. Any final thoughts? Yeah, just immerse yourself in happiness, things that bring you joy, and self-improvement, self-love. Because now we need an extremely disproportionate response to all the terror we put ourselves through. And now, I'll be going. Thanks for watching.